Well, hey there. My name's Dan. I'm a music teacher about to listen to the Mass Effect trilogy OST for the very first time in my life. Yes, I have never, ever heard this before, so join me as we, well, find hidden connections. You'll learn a little bit about music, and hopefully we're also going to have some fun along the way as we do it. So type a 3 in the chat if you're ready to go. If you're watching this on demand, type a 3 in the comments so I can see you. Let's see, did I change everything over? Yes, I did. Make sure I'm up to date on where my stream is. All right, sweet. We're ready to go. Let's do this thing. Buckle up, my buttercups, because we're about to go on a journey. Here we go with Mass Effect theme. Okay, so here's what's pretty interesting about the main theme. We're actually going to keep this on the whiteboard so I can keep track of what the main theme is as we go through this OST. So, the main theme basically is ba, 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 ba. That's basically it. Now, I'm not saying that is like bad, that's basically it, but that is basically what it is. And we're going to go back and maybe go through that one more time just so I can grab every single detail of it. But here we had basically 1, 2, flat 3, 4. 1, 2, flat 3, 4. That is the main theme. So here we go. Theme. Main. Okay. Now, within that, there were some interesting things where, you know, it starts off with this sort of this flat 7 to 1 type thing. So we're going to go back and listen to that one more time. I'm going to grab the chords so we can put them up here too, and that way we can keep track of things and compare to them as we go. All right, here we go. One more time, briefly through this. So right here, it's going back and forth between a D over E, E minor. So I'm assuming, just based on how many times you're getting that we will likely hear that again. So we have essentially a flat 7 over 1. 1, 2, 1 minor. Okay, so we have that a couple times, and then we go to, and by the way, I'm not going to do this for every piece. I just want to do this for the main theme, because it is the main theme, and I've done reactions before where I haven't done this, and then I'm like, what was the main theme? So this way, I'm going to know exactly what the main theme was. Okay, so we repeat this a bunch of times, and then we go to 2, the flat 3, to 6, yeah, but it's like it's 6 sharp 11, kind of, sort of, and then it comes back. So it acts kind of like a sus4. Okay, we have 6 with sometimes a sharp 11, which then goes just to 6, flat 6. All right, then. We'll probably have it again. Alright, so we have that 2. Which we are now. It's called the second part of the main theme. We have, okay, theme main 1, theme main 2. We have flat 3, 1, flat 6, 5. Go. That's main theme part 2. Okay, and for chords, we have ba, 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 ba. Well, okay, there's a little bit more to the main theme than what I originally said. That's okay. So we have, so this is going to be just like a little idea. Yeah. There, so it's A, C, G. G, first ending, and then second ending is E minor, then it goes to the B section, D minor. Sorry. F. That was something over F. Okay, and then 2, 4, 5, 1. Let's see. I'm not going to make you sit through the rest of me figuring that out. We'll get it as we go. I think enough was enough. Okay, so let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. So far, we have, and we heard it a lot right there. Bum, 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 bum. Whatever. I just saying the third one wrong. You get the idea. We have this as a first part. This is the second part. If we get to a song that's a little slower that I don't need to think about too much, I'm going to rewrite these as Roman numerals so we can start tracking them too. And yeah, I think we're good to go. All right, let's start with the Normandy. So something interesting, these chords right here that we're hearing, every time there's like a spooky house on a hill, Disney movie, like Haunted Mansion, that's what we're hearing. And so what's funny to me is if you told me that this was about an abandoned spaceship, I would have believed you. Maybe even haunted. Or there was like, you know, in movies where it's like, the crew gets... No one's heard from the crew in 6 months, so we have to send our new crew out to see what happened. And they find the spaceship, like little electrical fires in it, like floating in space. If you told me that's what was happening in the Normandy, I would have believed you. Cool. The reason being for the music. Right there. And so we have like a 1 going to a... Essentially, we're going to think of it as the 6th of the 1. Depending on which one we start. Whatever. We're just going to think of this as being 1, and this as being flat 6, but minor. No. Not flat 6. Excuse me. Regular 6, minor. Apologize for that. All right, let's keep this rocking with Eden Prime. Normally I'm eating a steak. All right, we get it. Look, here. So in the background is daga boom boom bunga gung gung bunga gung gung gunga gung gung. I just sang that a little bit wrong, but you get the idea that it's daga gung gung gunga gung gung gunga gung gung king king gunga. So we can actually hear that the rhythm of the motif that we heard in the Normandy brought into Eden Prime. So even though we don't hear the notes, we still hear the same rhythm as in Normandy. And so that is still, I mean, I suppose we could call that, well, it's not motivic development, but it certainly is taking the motif, the rhythm, the rhythmic motif, which is a thing, by the way. We can 100% separate melodic motifs from rhythmic motifs. You know, so talking to Chris Christodoulou, who did Risk of Rain, he had a couple, well, he had one rhythmic motif that regardless of the notes, it was going to be present, right? So really thinking about taking the idea of motif and splitting it into a couple of different parts. One's going to be melodic, where we have a melody. One's going to be rhythmic, where it's just the rhythm. Another could be that there's a series of chords or chord changes that creates a motif. And then sometimes there's like, yeah, I think that's about it. We could say there's a groove motif fundamentally, but that would typically be made up of other motifs. I don't think we've ever heard a groove motif, but we certainly have heard harmonic motifs. We've heard rhythmic motifs and melodic motifs. All right, let's keep this thing going. Battle at Eden Prime, exciting. Now, we had a question in the chat from Danvar249. Danvar249, I hope you're doing well. Danvar249 says, are we doing Mass Effect 1 today and 2 next time, etc.? I guess you're just going to have to hang out and see. Who knows? Let's check out Saren. So fundamentally what we're hearing here in Saren is 1, flat 6, 5. Now we're actually in the same key here as we heard in the main theme. So yeah, also keys can kind of be motifs in and of themselves in a way. You know, it's like sometimes keys represent places, people, places, and things too. Now what's interesting about this is that in the main theme, it never went to an E major, it never went to a 5, it went to a 5 minor. But here we're going to an E major, which is a 5 major. That's pretty cool. And then at the very end, too, that seems pretty dramatic. 1, flat 3, 2. Now, to say that that's motivic development from the main theme idea of 1, 2, flat 3, technically speaking is correct, but, you know, maybe that's a little tenuous, but we're going to say that sounded pretty important to me. Put a 4 in the chat if I'm reading that right, that music right there indicated something important, because it seemed rather dramatic. So we also had, let's see, 1, flat 3, 2, which might not have been 1 flat 3, 2, but it might have been yeah, 1 flat 3, 2. Okay, let's keep this going with the Citadel. I was gonna say Harry Potter or like Lord of the Rings a little bit. Yes, but definitely more Harry Potter than Lord of the Rings. Well, Care Bear, it is Rivendell vibes, and I'll explain why. I'll show you why you got Rivendell vibes from it, and that's when I said Lord of the Rings, I meant Rivendell specifically. Oh, yeah, bum 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 bum. So what we had right there is we actually had motivic development from main theme part 2 there. Is we had one note, 2 notes repeated, and then 2 more notes. We didn't have the third here, but we had these 2 notes repeated, and it was a descending minor arpeggio. So whereas here the minor arpeggio was flat 3, 1, 1, flat 6, 5 to flat 3, and again use flat 6 arpeggio, whatever. Yeah, it basically is an arpeggio with a non-chord tone in it. Here we have a G sharp minor where it's going 1, 5, 5, flat 3. Oh no, we hit the flat 3 twice. Yeah, and then go to 1. Cool. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 notes in a row, descending minor arpeggio with these 2 notes repeated. The exception this time is that it was 2 flat 3s here. Cool stuff. All right. Sorry, I got distracted by an interesting motif. Now let's go to actually answer the question about the Rivendell thing. Right here. So why that sounds like Rivendell to you is because that is actually the chords from Rivendell. In Rivendell, well, it's actually not Rivendell, it's really the High Elves. It's that change between having a major chord and then having effectively a, that type of a thing there. So that's a major triad to augmented back to major, which is approximately what Rivendell is. It's not exactly, but that is the basic idea. Is you have this alternating back and forth. Okay, let's go to the Presidium. Okay, so what we just heard in there is we heard that Rivendell chord again. So I'm going to go ahead and say that we're going to be on the lookout. It's an odd chord because if we consider it really stacked all on top of itself, then we have something approximately like this. Ooh, hang on. Like this. Because we have the major triad with what we're going to call an added flat 6 in there. That's that Rivendell sound. It's like you have a major triad with an added flat 6. Cool. We've heard that 2 pieces in a row, so we're going to keep that on the board because we might come back to it. Okay, let's check out Criminal Elements. I did miss the wards. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Love you, buddy. Ending in D minor. We've heard quite a bit of D minor so far. We heard D minor. Oh, no, not D minor. We heard E minor in the main theme. Then we heard A minor. We also did hear D minor once or twice. One thing I want to point out to you here, which is 2 things, actually, I want to point out. This guitar might be a scotch out of tune. Sorry. What I find interesting about this idea is that it's outlining well, what we can assume to be a major 7 chord. We don't actually hear the third, which would be right there, but we hear 1, 5, 7, back to 1. What I find interesting about that is that it's almost like, not almost like, it is. It's taking the same pattern of arpeggiation, starting in a different place, but it's taking the same pattern of arpeggiation from that sort of, we'll call it the Rivendell arpeggio that we heard before, and bringing it into a different chord. That's interesting. And also, not just a different chord, but into different chord tones, because before it was like 1, 3, 5, flat 6, 5, 3, 1, whereas this is 7, 1, 7, 5, 1, 5, 7, 1, 7, 5, 1. So that's interesting. Now, on top of that, this is the first time I believe we've heard the famous, celebrated, something bad's going to happen. Either there's going to be combat related, something bad's going to happen because we have a 1, a flat 2, and a flat 7. Anytime we hear those notes in combinations, doesn't matter what combination we hear them in. Doesn't matter what combination we hear them in. Usually something bad is going to happen in a video game. So you might ask, well, why? Well, it's because typically, like you'll see here, this 2 doesn't have a flat next to it. This 2, by the way, and the flat is this B. And it kind of looks like a B. It's not quite a B. And what flat does is flat equals, we bring the note down a bit. Down by 1/2 step to be precise. But if you don't know too much about music, just know that anytime we have the flat, it means the note's coming down. And so if we think about the sort of highest level of good guys and bad guys on a sort of mythological level, and we think about heaven versus hell, right? Heaven, we ascend to heaven. Hell, we go down. So, and again, I'm not using this in a religious context. Just think about it in a mythological context. So if we think about that in terms of notes, anytime we put a flat next to a note, it's bringing us down. It's like talking about bad guys. And anytime we have a note that's not brought down, it's usually not talking about bad guys. Now, this is not universally true, but this is a somewhat decent framework to operate from at a sort of basic level of music theory. It's like, okay, we could have a bunch of notes. All right, so I'm gonna prove this to you real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I'm gonna play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Like, does that sound like a bad guy? Type a 2 in the chat if you think, or type 2 in the comments if you think this sounds like a bad guy. Like, does that sound really bad? It doesn't sound very threatening to me, but you tell me. Type a 2 if you feel like that is a bad guy. No? Okay, type a 4 if you feel like that does not sound like a bad guy. Type a 4 if you feel like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 doesn't sound like a bad guy. Right, okay. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring 3, 6, and 7 down. Check out what happens. Type a 3 if that's sounding a little closer to being a bad guy. Might not be super, super bad, but like, yeah, getting closer to be a bad guy. So, and again, we didn't change all of these to flats. We just brought some of them down. So it doesn't have to be every note is brought down. But if you have a group of notes and you bring a couple of them down, chances are it's going to sound more like a bad guy. And again, it's a very simple way of thinking of it, but it's also kind of true. All right. let's keep this thing going. With criminal elements. Okay, so what's pretty cool is that we can actually hear some of the chords from main theme part 1. This first part here, it goes flat 7 to 1 minor. You can kind of hear that here. Now, in addition to that, there's an interesting thing. Chris actually picked up on it in the chat, which is something called rhythmic displacement. Now, rhythmic displacement is effectively a form of syncopation, because syncopation is any time we break the expected pattern of rhythm. And so what we have is folded into criminal elements, there's an interesting thing of... But here's what happens when it changes chords. That pattern doesn't stay in the same place. Let's break down and figure out what's going on. Well, there it actually is staying, but here it changes. Also, something too is that it's actually playing around. So the actual thing that's being played around here is not necessarily that there's one minor, but it's really a movement from flat 7 to 1. And then the quality of both the flat 7 and the 1 are changing back and forth between major and minor. If I've got that correct. Maybe it's just the 7 that's changing. Yeah, changing back and forth. So this right here is something we've heard a couple of times in different video games where it's representing the duplicity of a bad guy. So it's changing between major and minor. So it's like, I show you that I'm one thing, but really I'm another. So criminal elements, maybe this is talking about someone who's actually committing a crime, or we're chasing someone who's committing a crime. And we've heard, yeah, I can think back to Fire Emblem for sure. We had major going back to minor, I believe, to represent the bad guy with gray skin, I think, or maybe I'm just getting confused with modern Ganondorf. But anyway, there was a bad guy. I know he had like gray skin, like dark gray skin. Okay, so that change between the major and the minor, that could represent the duplicity of being a criminal element. I think I got sidetracked on the... Oops. And we lost the cap. Cap down. Oh, found the cap. Cap, streets, cap. All right. Yeah, I wish the cap would actually stay on the back of this thing, but it doesn't. Okay. No, I'm not writing a happy face. We're doing music theory today. We're going to learn things. We're going to discover things. You can smile while we do it, and that'll be the happy face. All right. And today we will not be happy. We will be learning the music theory, ja. Und jetzt, ich will viele Music Theory machen. Und ich will spielen mein Gitarre, ja. Und was ist das? Das ist ein Tafel? Anyway. Right, so what it is we can think about, we have the same little motif, which is... What happens, that was actually German put in 9/11, which means I had to try, because I can't speak German very well at all. Like zero German. Okay, so essentially we can think of this as being bum, 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 which, yeah, 1 flat 3 5, pretty cool stuff. Dum dum. Sorry, bum, dum dum. Sorry, 4, which actually brings us back to our main theme 1, a bit in a way without the 2. So it's... Let's get some volume. And what's happening is that the 1 is on the downbeat. Sorry, excuse me, the 3. And then when it changes to the second chord, the 3 is not on the downbeat. The 1 is. And when it changes back, so chord 1 starts here, chord 2 starts here, and that's what I mean by the displacement. So not necessarily actually rhythmic displacement. I think that's actually, I used that incorrectly. So I'd walk that back, and I wouldn't say that was rhythmic displacement. Rather, that is actually... It's like it's the same rhythm, but we're just changing the placement of the notes within the rhythm. So basically the rhythm, if we were to write it out in, let's say 4/4, well, let's call it 1 and 2. Well, yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're in 4/4. That should be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And so what's happening is this rhythm stays the same, but the first time through in the first chord, it's flat 3, 4, 1. And then in the second chord, it's 1, flat 3, 4. There we go. So it's there you go. Okay, we sorted that out. Let's check out the next one, which is called Spectre Induction. B main 2 right here. Oh, changing now. Right. And so we have again this motivic idea, be ba 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 ba, not with these same notes, but same rhythm and also descending minor arpeggio. We also had chords from main theme part 2 as well present there. We had 1, the flat 3, the flat 7, 1, flat 3, flat 7, and then it went somewhere different and evolved and changed a bit. But there you go. So you can see how the composer, let's see about the artist, Jack Wall, looks to be. Jack Wall is Jack's taking this idea and, and pulling it out and putting it in different places and then reworking it to keep it interesting, but then also keeping the same, keep a bit of the information in there so that it actually feels like there's continuity. So I've written quite a few songs in my time. I've not composed video game music, so I can talk about this from songwriting because it's similar. It's not the same, but it's similar. Whenever you're writing songs, you're always trying to walk the balance between too much repetition and too little repetition. So if you have too much repetition, it sounds cheesy. If you have too little repetition, it sounds incoherent. So one of the amazing things we can hear from composers like this is where they walk that beautiful line right between having not so much repetition that it sounds cheesy, but just enough that it doesn't sound incoherent, and sitting in that sort of gray area between the two. Let's check out Liara's World, or Liara's World. pitch modulation. Well, interestingly enough, the next track is called A Dangerous Place, and if you told me that this track was a dangerous place, I'd believe you because of the amount of sort of dissonance and the amount of, not incoherent as in like implying that there's a stupidity behind the incoherent, like, because sometimes people will use incoherent as an insult to mean that you're being stupid and you're not making sense, so it's like you're not smart enough to make sense. I don't mean that in this sense. What I mean is that there's purposeful dissonance. There's purposeful amounts of incoherence here to really kind of shake you up and give you a different vibe and feel. Grab this idea here. Yeah. Yeah, I got that. I think that's right. Let's put it to the test. Oh, for some reason, it's totally twisting my brain around. Ugh. Alright. Whatever. Point is that it's using notes similar to our main theme part 2. We're going to move on. I don't want you to just sit here and watch me have an absolute just brain melt as I try and figure out that exact part there. Suffice it to say, yeah. Okay. And by the way, it's not confusing when I'm confused. It's like there's a balance where it's like if I sit here and imagine you sat somewhere and focused on something for an hour straight, your brain, like the level of response you get from your brain would start to go down. And so as I start to get hours into these things, it's like my capacity to think of something and hold it in my brain, like I get dopaminergically depleted. If you don't know what that is, there's brains in your see, I can't even talk. There's chemicals in your brain that power your focus, and as you use them up, they don't replenish right away. Now, you can do things like drink coffee and things like that to try and prop yourself up, but I don't do those things. So here we go. We're just gonna rock with my brain as I'm able to go. All right, let's go to A Very Dangerous Place. Oh, and here it comes back again. Dang it. Oh. theme. There. Now, as we go through this, if you have questions about the OST, please ask them. Right there, what we heard was a bunch of main theme part 1. Yeah, the bum, 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 bum. We heard that a bunch of times. Then we heard it go to 4. And then we heard it go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not flat 6, but 6, 7. Then back to 1, 1, 1. So 1, 2, 3, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1. And this is Thorian. So remember before we had the flat 6 and the flat 7? When we take away the flat 6, we call this group of notes right here Thorian. My name's Dan. This is Thorian. Pleasure to meet you. Okay, let's keep this going with Feros. Pleasure. Pleasure. Come on, Pongos, let's go. So there's a couple common sounds. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because someone in the chat, Chris, was like, hey, Thorian mode, you've heard that a bunch of times. Okay, the most common sounds that we will hear in all OSTs. This doesn't mean this applies to every OST, but these are the most common sounds that we've heard in OSTs. Are Thorian, well, major, minor, Mixolydian, Phrygian, we've heard quite a bit. Phrygian. We've also heard a bunch of harmonic minor, major minor pentatonic, plus blues, That's about it. Now, it's interesting if you look at pop music, really, what's the most common sounds we're going to hear is Dorian, major, minor, mixo, and then penta. So in pop music, we really just have and popular, and that's going to be across a lot of, in fact, most modern genres. We're going to hear Dorian, major, minor, mixolydian, and then major, minor, pentatonic. So really, what we're seeing with video games is like the willingness to go to Phrygian, the willingness to go to harmonic minor. Yeah. Huh. Interesting things. What's Dorian mode? Dorian mode is when we take a natural minor scale and we raise the 6th degree. Well, raise it. We return it to its original state. Now, unfortunately, I do not have a couple of hours to go and explain to you everything. Well, an hour to explain everything so you understand what a major scale is, because there's whole steps and half steps. For you to really do it justice would require quite a bit of explaining. So, word from our sponsor, check out the Best Music Theory book for beginners from Best Music Coach on Amazon. Everywhere you get it. It's been a bestseller. It's hit bestseller twice. It hit #1 new release twice or 3 times. It sold over 5,000 copies. It's in its 3rd edition. There's so much consumer feedback that's gone into getting it to where it is, and it's incredible. It's full color. It's got so many cool things in it. Check that out, because in this book, I really guide you through everything you need to understand for the basics of music theory. And that way, you just get one book. You know, you don't have to go take, like, if you took private lessons with someone for everything that's in this book, I mean, it would take, we're talking hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars, right? To go with that private lesson. You can just read the book and understand the stuff. There's also a workbook that goes with it, too. You can get, too. And, yeah. Workbook looks like this. Find that on Amazon, too, in all countries where Amazon exists. Okay. Let's keep this going with the Thorian. We just talked about Dorian. Now we're on to the Thorian. Oh, no, we're on to Protecting the Colony. Excuse me. Oh, that. All right, sorry guys. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna go back. You know, remember that arpeggiated thing? I was like, this is twisting my brain and hurting me. This is now 2 pieces in a row after it that we've heard it. So I'm gonna go back and grab this so I can actually talk about it. Sorry guys. Here we go. Was it Feros? Okay. Ugh. Oh my gosh. I don't know why this is twisting my brain. All right, we're just going to write it out. Sorry, but this will be worth it, because now I'll be able to talk about it for all the other things. It's absolutely hurting my brain. We have 5. Two, flat 3, 5. Lord have mercy. Ugh. Alright, and then it repeats the first part. Ending. I just do it again? Oh, my brain. All right, guys, I'm just try this one more time, and if I don't get it, it's just gonna be what it is, and I'll talk about other things. Chase, Luis, tell ya. I don't know why this is just twisting my brain. Oh, whatever. I give up. All right, Thorian. Okay, so here we have, which is going back and forth by a tritone minor, and then we also had the 1 to flat 3. So all around dissonant chords here. The Thorian, I'm going to guess the Thorian's trouble. I'm going to guess that the Thorian is either bad guys, haunted bad guys, perhaps zombie haunted bad guys, perhaps it's the ghost of the zombie haunted bad guys. Any way you slice it, any way you dice it, the Thorian, bad news. I'm going to go out on a limb and say. Please let me know if I got that right in the chat. There are bugs. Are they bad news bugs? They're not bad. Historically evil bugs. Yeah, sounds evil. But maybe we learn that they're not evil. Maybe we learn acceptance. And to accept people who they are now in their present state, not who they used to be. Okay, let's check out Noveria. Come on, drums. Please, drums. Okay, well, what's interesting about this is the secret labs actually sounds to me like it might be connected to the criminal element, and I'll tell you why. In the criminal element, there was 1, flat 3, and 4. And we hear 1, flat 3, and 4 here as well, sort of in a different context and in a different way. Can you guys confirm to me if there's a connection between the criminal element and the secret labs in the game? Because in the music, I mean, it's, I wouldn't say it's a tenuous connection, but it's not direct. I was listening to Noveria. Thank you. Can you confirm if there's Noveria is connected to the criminal element? Okay, so Noveria has the criminal element is on Noveria, and that's the big corporation type thing. Type of 1 for yes, type of 2 for no. Just wondering what the connection is there. Yes, they are connected. All right, cool. Sweet. So that's actually shown in the music. Cool. Thank you, guys. It's not the same as the CD Underground, but it's sort of like it is the criminal. Okay, interesting. All right, let's check out the secret labs. Yeah. One, flat 3, and 4 again. Same key as the criminal element, too. Secret labs is directly connected to criminal element. Now changing, but at the start of it, the secret lab starts off with the same chords, well, some of the same chords, Similar riff idea, similar melodic idea to the Criminal Element. So Secret Labs, interestingly enough, starts off with the Criminal Element, but then moves on into this idea of, well, different key than what the recording is. And that 1, 2, flat 3 was all over the main theme, and so this, we can actually call this motivic development, because it's taking the 1, 2, flat 3 from the main theme and then taking it somewhere else. So if you're hearing this and you say, yeah, this doesn't sound like anything we've heard before, but it still feels connected to this same universe of sound, that's why. It's because we have the 1, 2, and the flat 3 still in this dum-ba-dum, dum-dum-dum. Before the main theme is dum-dum-dum-dum. But here, it doesn't go to dum-dum-dum-dum. It's just dum-da-dum-dum-da-dum. It's just the first part of the main theme over and over again. And then, yes, there was some development and went to some other places, but there you go. All right, let's check out the Alien Queen. So we're hearing some parts of the main theme here. Bum, 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 bum. And then bum, 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 bum. If I'm not mistaken. Yabba-da, yabba-da, yabba-da. Da-ba-da, da-ba-da, da-ba-da. It's 1 flat 2 flat 7 back to 1. And so we can hear this has actually come back. We're actually going to put this over here on our ideas side because this is now the second or third time we've heard it. So it's combinations of 1 flat 2 flat 7 back to 1. Da-ba-da, da-ba-da. Okay. Cool. Let's keep this going with Fatal Confrontation. Fatal Confrontation. Alright, this entire piece of music is literally Bang a Gong by the band T-Rex. Go listen. I believe that's a band name. I know the song is definitely Bang a Gong. If you go listen to Siren, Saren Bass. Go listen to Saren Bass, then go listen to the song Bang a Gong by T-Rex. It's literally, it's the space version of Bang a Gong by T-Rex is what that is right there. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, come on Barbie, let's go party. It's like that works too, but it's like that's not. It wasn't Come On Barbie, Let's Go Party. It's 100% Bang a Gong by T-Rex. So if you go listen to Saren Bass, go listen to Bang a Gong. You will see. All right, let's get this thing going with Breeding Ground. Sorry, I think I skipped one. Right, so sorry, to be clear, Fatal Confrontation is the same as Bang a Gong. Sorry, I'd gone on to the next song. I was looking at the wrong piece. All right, Saren Bass. I apologize. So to be clear, Bang a Gong, T-Rex, Fatal Confrontation. Saren Bass, here we go. Sorry, a couple times I pointed at 4. That was a mistake. It's 5. I was being stupid. So, bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. You'll forgive me my Hunger Games movie reference there. But 1 flat 2 3, 1 flat 3 2 1 1 flat 3 2 1 1 flat 3 2. So it's taking the main theme and it's changing up the order of the notes, but it's taking direct inspiration from the main theme. Would I consider these leitmotifs? I don't know. A leitmotif is associated with a person, place, or thing, and because I've not played the game, I don't know if these pieces of music are in fact associated with people, places, or things. I'm assuming based on Saren bass, we could say the boo-be-da. That, we could call that a leitmotif for Saren bass, right? Whereas the ba-ba-ba was from the main theme. We just switched around these 2 notes to get Saren bass. Let's check out Breeding Ground. 2, 7. How very dramatic. But yeah, we can hear that Saren, and this is not the whole Saren theme, but do 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 bum bum. So. Yeah, first time to 4. Second time to 5. Yeah, this is not the whole Saren theme. But you can see how the idea of 1 flat 2 flat 7 going down to the flat 7 here is connected to our sort of bad things are happening. And then you can see that this is also connected to the main theme number 1. And we also, I kept this purple thing here because in this piece we were hearing the main theme 1. We heard dum 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 dum, and then it did a whole bunch of other stuff. But it stayed in the main theme 1. Saren directly related to main theme 1 and also this. So we can see that there's a particular set of ideas. Yeah. And it's kind of also related to this idea down here too. Yeah, not really. Leave that one alone. But I stand by everything else. All right, let's check out this next one called Virmire Ride. Virmire Ride. Yeah. It's a pretty sweet riff. It's a lot of fun. Just hanging out in D minor, which we have heard now a couple times. But also hitting the bum 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 from Saren. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that Virmire Ride is in Saren. Type of 3, if I'm right. In the chat, let's keep this going with exit. Yeah, again, hinting at the main theme once and then taking it the second time and kind of distorting it a bit. But hey, I did not get confirmation. Is Virmire Ride, is that in or around Saren? Because we were hearing the do-do-do from Saren. Please type a 1 in the chat if it is connected or if it is not connected. I'd say, Dan, why do you need that confirmation? Because I want to know if I'm doing it right. I want to know if I'm winning or not. It's on the way to Saren. Got it. Cool. All right, let's check out Love Theme. Will you play a Love Theme? Love Theme. Do you want love or do you want theme? Play the Love Theme. Okay, so Love Theme is fundamentally 2 chords. It's going to be 1 minor to flat 6. Now, let me grab this arpeggio thing here at the beginning. No, let's call it a riff, shall we? That might be it. Okay. So I'm going to notate this down too because this might come back again. Flat 3, heavy 2, flat 7, 4, 4, 5, 1. Okay, cool. By the way, if I'm not putting carrots over everything. Just remember, if I'm putting numerals down, if I'm putting Arabic numerals down, it's scale degrees. If I'm putting Roman numerals down, it's chords. Okay, Uncharted Worlds. Well, it's usually that accent, bum, 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 that had part of the Saren in it. That was cool. And then that main riff, let's grab that too. Ugh, I want to leave that alone. All right. I also learned we just found a serious weak point in my music game today, and that is slightly altered, repeating arpeggiated things with delay in them are giving me a really hard time. So that's the thing I'm going to get to work on for my practice time. But Dan, aren't you a music teacher? Shouldn't you know how everything in music works? No. No one knows how everything in music works. We're all learning and growing at the same time. Music teachers are just music students who've learned more than their music students. That's it. We're all students of music. All right, let's keep this going with Ilos. Well, I've never heard sounds like that before. Raves the New York Times. Alien flatulence? Who knows? It's here to stay, says the New York Post. Let's check out Vigil. That's beautiful. So one of the things that makes that sound so exotic and so beautiful is 4 and sharp 4 in the same song, and then also having a flat 7, well, same piece. I'm sorry, I used the word song incorrectly there. Song would have lyrics. So like, I'm not doing it justice. I'm absolutely butchering compared to how beautiful it was. Ugh. I'm not doing that at all well. Here. Sorry, I messed that up. Ha! I failed that. I'm not going to try that again. Something else Dan could work on doing, holding pitch while he plays other pitches on guitar. Okay. So I'm sorry about that. That was pretty awful. So I apologize. All right, let's check out Sovereign's theme. One day I'm going to learn how to tube and throat sing, but today is not that day. All right, Sovereign's theme. So, real interesting thing in there, we had the main theme. We also had some of the main theme chords even. But then it got totally transformed and made a little bit more regal, a bit more majestic indeed, feeling like the theme of a sovereign. But the thing I want to point out to you, and this is not the same for all OSTs or indeed all film music or anything, but in this Mass Effect, at least the first one, we're hearing the main theme show up in a lot of the secondary themes as well. So even though that was Sovereign's theme pulls heavily from main theme. All right, let's check out Uplink. So many things happening. All right, so many themes were. It was like themes on top of themes. Here, let me run this back. Is that what it is? All right, so that's pretty interesting there too. So we have 1, flat 2, 3, just like the main theme starts, but then it goes to 5, flat 3, 2, 1, which kind of feels like this idea over here. We had the arpeggiation of the minor, even though this is not indeed a straight up minor arpeggiation. I'm gonna write that down because I feel like we've heard. Oh no, we've heard this before, which also we heard in this theme as well, which is a variation on the main theme where it starts off like the main theme, goes bum 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 bum. That's, I think, the second or third time we've heard that. So it's a variation on the main theme where we take the first 4 notes, then we add a 5th note on there, and it's a flat 5. And the flat 5 is one of the most, well, dissonant notes that you could have. It's not the most, but it is one of the most dissonant notes that exists. So it's really creating a moment of dissonance, a moment of tension in there in the variation of the main theme. Let's check out Battling Saren. So what was pretty cool here is we actually heard an example of diminution. What diminution is, it's when we take a theme and we make it last. No, excuse me, augmentation. Where example of augmentation is when we take a theme and we make it last twice as long. So we heard Saren's theme in the strings, which is definitely, we could call it, even instead of Saren's theme, we'll call it Saren's motif. And underneath it we heard bum bum bum, which is the first 3 notes of Saren's theme, but played at a significantly longer duration underneath the shorter durations and iterations of Saren's theme. So that's a cool example of augmentation. So augmentation, let's say we had, well, this actually was pretty easy. So let's say, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and is the rhythm we have. And then if you yeah, and then it's like 4x, 2x, 4x, 16x augmentation. Because underneath it, it's like bum. So we get 2 times through each shorter duration, and this is approximate, but we get 2 times through the shorter duration for every one note of the longer duration. Bum, bum, bum. Which means actually get 2, 4, 6, 8. So we go 8 times through the shorter version of Saren's motif for the longer version of Saren's motif. That's augmentation. And so what's really cool is when composers use the same motif, but they use it over different time scales to create really interesting things like what we just heard. Cool. Let's keep it going with In Pursuit of Saren. Okay, so there again, we're hearing main theme, we're hearing Saren, and there's, oh yes, someone asked in the chat what a motif is. A motif is the smallest recognizable musical idea. So whatever you can consider to be recognizable as an idea musically, that's what a motif is. Now, motifs don't have to be notes. Motifs can be a rhythm, like we talked about at the beginning of the stream. Motifs can be groups of chords. Motifs don't have to just be notes. Yeah. Cool. Now, if you're saying, well, Dan, that sounds kind of like an open-ended definition, what do you mean smallest recognizable musical idea? Exactly. It's an open-ended definition, and it's not precise, and it does not serve as a watertight container for understanding what a motif is. It's like, bum, 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 like, ba-dee-da. That's a recognizable musical idea. 3 notes. In this case, sometimes 2 notes is a recognizable. Sometimes 1 note is a recognizable musical idea. But in this case, boo-dee-da, that's like Saren's motif. Final assault. Okay, so we heard a version of the main theme, a development of the main theme here, which you have actually heard a couple times so far in this OST. I'm going to point it out now, which is bum, 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 bum. Whatever, I'm just going to play it. And so what this is taking the first 3 notes of the main theme, the 1, 2, flat 3, and then going to flat 6. And you remember, like we talked about at the beginning, whenever we put flats in front of things, it's going to feel darker. It's going to feel more dangerous. And sure enough, this version of the main theme sure does sound very foreboding, very threatening. It goes 1, flat 2, flat 3, flat 5. So we got a flat 6, then flat 5, both of which have that flat thing, which really brings things down. It brings the energy down. Well, not the energy down, but it makes it feel more. It feels like a bad guy. So it's like this specific version. Surely, Final Assault. I mean, you could say, well, Dan, you're guessing, yeah. But flat 6, flat 5, again, starting off the same way the main theme has. We're going to say this is a bad guy. So please go ahead and let me know in the chat if this is indeed for a bad guy or if this is more just for like combat or, contending against something. So please go ahead and type in the chat. Let me know if that is for like specifically for bad guys, for evil, or if it's just for we're contending against something and it's a fight. Please let me know so I can label it appropriately for us moving forward. Contending. Okay. Contending with adversity. Whatever. Can't read that, but that's fine. Okay, contending with adversity. I'm going to write that again so I can actually read it. All right, contending with adversity. And again, to be clear, this contending with adversity is directly related to our main theme number 1. All right, let's check out Victory. All right, cool. So, taking pieces from the main theme, reworking it to sound victorious. Cool. Hey, by the way, this is the first time we've ever done the whiteboard at this level of detail. Type a 5 in the chat if you're enjoying this level of detail on the whiteboard and the level of clarity it's bringing to my explanations and your understanding. And type a 4 in the chat if you prefer, that we go back to the old way. And that we not break things down so clearly. All right, from the Wreckage, here we go. And I'll be looking at what you vote. Ah. Beautiful stuff from the Wreckage, rising up like a phoenix. Hearing this. All right, now, real quick question. When I move the mic like this, does it make a lot of sound on your end? Like, type of 3 if this is making sound in the mic. If I move this, because I can move this as I'm writing and then move it back, but I didn't want to move it because I didn't want to... Oh, no sound? Oh, sweet. Well, in which case, I'm going to bring this mic with me as I go, because if I turn... Oops. If I turn to the whiteboard and I talk, and the mic's right here, you can still hear me, yeah? All right, sweet. Beautiful. All right, we'll work on this. All right, the end. There we are. Back at main theme part 1 here. All right, M4 part 2. Let's do this thing. Oh, yeah. I'll behave. I know a place where the grass is always greener. Wow, what a beautiful way to end part 1 of the Mass Effect trilogy. It's cool that we actually heard the main theme come back into play, in addition to it being like pretty much a straight up pop song. That was really cool. Hey, we're going to take a quick break, then we're going to come back and we're going to do part 2. We're going to take a break for about 5 minutes. I'm going to reset. I'm going to get some more water. I'm going to come back and we're going to hammer out part 2. And if you're wondering, Dan, how are you going to eat? I ordered delivery before I started this stream. So I've got food coming in about an hour, which I'll then run up and go grab. We should be able to knock this out. Cool, y'all. Let's do 5 minutes. And I'll see y'all back here in a moment. just switching over the what's what here. Illusive Man. Oh, what a mess. Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna keep rocking with the Spotify, because that's a mess. All right. Sorry, Pikachu. Looks like changing over from Spotify to YouTube. That is not happening today. All right. All right, sorry for the wait there, folks. Apologize. All right. The Illusive Man. Let's rock it. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, I've heard this before. Oh, wait, you just heard it before. No doubt. Wow, that was really cool and also beautiful. What we're going to do now is we're going to listen on YouTube. Just got to figure it out. Lord have mercy. All right, we just did the Illusive Man. Next up, we have... Oh, now I just scrolled to mess it all up. All right, I'll figure it out. Humans are disappearing. Okay, so we're hearing a new motif here in Mass Effect 2, whereas in Mass Effect 1 it went 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2. So it's totally different in the sense that this was ascending. It was going from low to high. This is now descending, going from high to low. 5, 4, 3, 2. But still using the flat 3 in both. Using the 2 in both and using the 4 in both. So, 3 out of 4 cats or notes are the same. Let's check out the attack. Okay, so we have some new motifs going on in here. By the way, all the writing in black is going to be for Mass Effect 1. Writing in blue is going to be for Mass Effect 2, and that is with the stipulation that I don't lose my blue marker in the fray. Okay. So what we have now is in keeping with the idea of going for a descending movement. We have 1, lat 5, lat 2, back to 1. This is, if you're thinking, wow, that's a lot of flats. Yeah, it is a lot of flats. And it also makes it sound like it has a lot of flats. Ba, ba, bee, ba. And then we actually heard this simplified a couple times in the attack, just ba, 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 just between the 1 and the flat 2, 1. So yeah, we had the flat 2 over here in Mass Effect 1, but in Mass Effect 2, we can hear now adding in the flat 5 for really taking it to the next level of dissonance. Let's keep this going with the Lazarus. Actually, we're going to jump back to the Illusive Man real quick. Actually, before we do that, let me ask you a question. Does the Illusive Man sort of serve as our main theme 1 for this OST? Type of 1 for yes, type of 2 for no. Because if yes, I want to go back and grab all those chord progressions and throw them up on the board so we can keep track of what's going on. So if Illusive Man serves as a theme that we're going to hear over and over again and things are going to be based off of, please type a 1 in the chat. All right, J2O says yes. All right, we're going to go back and we're going to grab it. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Joseph, as well. All right, we're gonna go back and we're gonna grab this. Let's grab that. So that there, we're gonna call that. We'll call this elusive. Okay, we're gonna call this theme 1. We're gonna call this bad theme, and we're gonna call elusive. Elusive is 1, flat 7, flat 6, 5, 1. So we can see too that even in theme 1, elusive and bad theme that we've had so far, they're all descending, whereas in Mass Effect 1, things were ascending. That's even more. playing that wrong every other time. But here we also have, we'll call this an idea as well. There's a motif we're going to hang on to, which is going to be, again, descending here. 1, 5, 7, 5, 5, 7, 5. Right, I'm not forgetting how to play that. Yeah. Four, 5. Cool. 1, 5. I'm gonna call this motif. Well, really, we should call this motif 1. Is what this is. It's not a theme. It's a motif. Motif 1. Motif 2. Elusive motif, and then bad motif. This one is bad motif. I was calling them themes before. That's not right. They're motifs. They're small things. Okay. Keep this going. Let's grab those chords real quick. Alright, so we have so for motif 1, the chords are 1 minor to flat 7 to flat 6 to 5 minor to 4 minor. That sounds like flat 3 with a... No, maybe I'm reading that wrong. Yeah, we'll call it a flat 3. To a flat 3 with 5, the first inversion, then back to flat 6, then to flat 7. Woo! All right. Great. So that's calling back to our theme 1 from Mass Effect, our main theme from Mass Effect. Except here it's going. So we're gonna call this Lazarus. Is 1, 2, flat 3, 4, flat 3, 4, flat 7. There we go. That's going to be our Lazarus motif right there. So it's pulling directly from theme 1 in Mass Effect with 1, 2, 3, 4, but then it's going 3, 4 an extra time, and then jumping down to flat 7, which we heard a bunch. We heard it with Saren. We heard it in the sort of danger theme, danger contention, contending with something in Mass Effect 1. Cool. Let's keep this going. A Rude Awakening. Special shout out and thank you to Dead Domain. Generous super chat. So what we heard there is pretty interesting. So we're in the key of C minor, and we hear a bum bum bum. I'm paraphrasing. Now, what's cool about that is relative from the starting note. That's a 1 flat 2 flat 3 type thing. So that's looking like 1 flat 2. Except here's the thing: because we're starting on a G and the chord is actually a C, it's not a 1. It's a 5. And then we have a flat 7, flat 6. So we have 5, flat 7, flat 6, which is the same. It's the same number of whole and half steps as 1 flat 2, flat 3. So we get the 1 flat 2, flat 3 feeling from this, even though it's not actually 1 flat 2, flat 3. It's 1, oops, I wrote this backwards. It's 5, flat 6, flat 7, but because there's a half step here and a whole step here, and there's also, between 1 and flat 2, there's a half step in between flat 2 and flat 3, there's also a whole step. You can see the same feeling, but a different sound. Well, it's not exactly the same feeling, but similar effect, right? Same idea. Check out the Normandy Reborn. Sorry, technical glitch there. I don't know if this ever happens to you. YouTube's like, your account's in use somewhere else. I'm like, no, it ain't. Lazarus. Well, it would make sense then in a piece of music where it literally says reborn, that we would have Lazarus, because the whole story of Lazarus is that he was basically brought from the dead by Jesus in the Bible. Now, I'll write that down because I feel like that idea might be back to haunt us. Hey, what key were we in? Alright, we're in E minor, okay. That's what it was, right? Now I'm forgetting. Excuse me. One caught me by surprise. Okay. So we have flat 3. Oh. Flat 6. Flat 6. 4. Now, what's real interesting is that this, what we just heard right here in the high strings, is directly related to this idea from, yeah, that should be a flat 6. It's directly related to this idea that we heard back in not Metal Gear, Mass Effect 1. We heard 3-1-1 flat 6 5 flat 3. Here we're hearing 3-1-1, so it starts the same way, except now the 5 and the 6 are reversed, and then we go to 4 instead of to 3. But it's literally this idea right here is this idea by another name. It's like it's the same idea. So it starts out exactly the same. B da da, then D da instead of da da dee do, right? Type of 3. If you see the connection between the numbers 3-1-1, it starts also 3-1-1. Then 5-6 instead of 6-5, so that's reverse, and then instead of going to 3, it goes to 4. Cool stuff. Let's keep this going with HQ music. Yeah. Aha, aha. Young Dan. It's like it's Lazarus. Simplified. And we hang it. Well, look, that was just chillin'. That was just a 1 to 4. That was basically just D minor to G major. Grab that real quick. Something was throwing me for a loop there. No, we go back. I was just going to turn my other computer off. Quick, 'cause this is getting annoying. Right, so it's not going down to flat 6. It's staying on the flat 3, so it's 1, 2, flat 3, flat 3 down an octave. So it's like 1, 2, flat 3, then flat 3 again, but a little lower. Cool. All right, let's keep this going. With Miranda. Well, that was cool. That oh, it's not over. Not even close to over. right, so one thing we heard quite a bit here was 1 sharp 4 5. We call it. We call it. The Simpsons. That's how we can remember that. That sharp 4. The Simpsons. So if we hear The Simpsons again, I'll be sure to point it out to you. But we sure heard it quite a few times in there. We heard it in different keys too. Move this other guitar out of the way. All right, cool. Let's check out Jacob. You know, if you ask me, I'm not trusting Jacob. And the reason why I'm not trusting Jacob, because Jacob has a flat 5 in his motif. And anytime any character has a flat 5 in their motif, they are generally not to be trusted. And even once in this here piece, we heard... And anytime you literally hear something from the Imperial March, that's a clue not to be trusted. So Jacob, we heard... And anytime you get that flat 5 in your motif, and it's a prominent note, not just like a note that we're going between two, like if this was a note that served as a bridge between two other notes that were more prominent, sure, fine. But the fact that the flat 5 is so prominent, I'm not trusting Jacob with anything. I wouldn't trust Jacob as far as I could throw him, and I can't throw very many things very far. Please feel free to comment with your questions about the OST as we go through. Let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with Freedom's Progress. Let's check it out. Let's also see where my food might be. Oh, his father's not trustworthy. Well, then who's the bad guy? Hold on. Someone around Jacob, near to Jacob, is seriously untrustworthy. There's something really bad around Jacob. Something's bad. Maybe Jacob's not bad, but something is bad around Jacob. You recruit him to your party, so what's bad about it? Joseph says his father is untrustworthy. Interesting. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to take a 30-second break. I'm going to go grab my food that my delivery person just brought so I can eat it in an hour and we don't have to stop. So 5 seconds now, and then my food is safe because right now it's outside. So I'm going to go bring it in. I had someone steal a chair. Anyway, 30 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm going to keep this going. Let's figure out this business with Jacob here. Because the way I was seeing it is surely. Okay, let's be doing his loyalty mission. Okay, Jacob's also with Cerberus. Maybe why that's his theme so dark. So he's not actually a bad guy, but he's part He's not a bad guy himself, but he's connected to some bad stuff, right? You may know someone like that in your life who's not a bad person, but they get connected to bad stuff, and you're like, what are you doing? Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to work on the levels for that intermission music. Okay, here we go. Let's keep rocking with Freedom's Progress. Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2. Motif 1. Motif 1 showing up. Again, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh yeah. All right, so what was really cool about Freedom's Progress is we heard motif 1 over and over again. This 5-4-3-2 over and over again. And not always is 5-4-3-2, but we always heard it in terms of whole, whole, whole. Just whole steps descending. Yeah. And then a half step, yeah. Half. That's really cool. So we heard motif 1. We also heard the sort of bad motif with some of the flat 5s, but not that much. A lot of it was motif 1. And again, descending totally flipped around and contrary to where we were in Mass Effect 1. All right, let's check out HQ2 music, Dark Star Lounge. Dude, these pieces are long compared to the first one. So about as far as I can tell, if we were to sum up Thane into a motif, it would be... Yeah. That brings us to flat 3, 2, flat 3, flat 5, 7. Yeah. A pretty interesting motif we got there. See how many flats there are there. Again, I know I was burnt by Jacob by saying I wouldn't trust a character with a flat 5. I would never trust a character with a flat 5 and also a natural 7. Like, there's no way. That there's some duplicitous nature about this person. They have a duplicitous past, or they have an evil past, or something. And you can tell me, Thane's the good guy. Yeah, I don't buy it. All right, let's check out HQ Music Eternity. Okay, so Thane is an assassin. Someone who kills people for a living. There you go. Regardless of what he does for us, free of charge or not, I think we can agree killing people for a living is, well, they're soldiers, that's different. That was a really chill HQ tune, and I also did very much enjoy the sound effects. Let's check out Garrus. So, interestingly enough, for Garrus, we heard Neon. Or, well, here, and instead of singing it, 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3. Or over and over again, 1, 2, 3, 3, which is going all the way back to main theme 1 of Mass Effect 1. And sure, we heard some other things in there, but that's definitely a motif that was repeated over and over again. So interesting to hear how even this 1, 2, flat 3 thing we heard all the way back in Mass Effect 1 is still coming back in character themes now. I think it's also interesting to talk about how different this Mass Effect 2 soundtrack is from Mass Effect 1. Like, Mass Effect 1, we basically summarized the entire soundtrack with like a couple of characters of writing. Whereas Mass Effect 2, it's like each character gets their own theme. There's different motifs in the theme, and it's like the character themes are like 6 minutes long. It's like a totally different vibe from Mass Effect 1. Pretty cool stuff. Let's check out Gunship Battle. So we heard here was indeed some contending going on, but not in the same way we heard in 1. We actually heard this. We heard this flat 2, flat 7, 1 here in Gunship Battle that we heard back in Mass Effect 1. So we're hearing, yeah, something's happening, we're contending, bad things, whatever. Drama. We're hearing flat 2, flat 7s, and 1. Let's check out an unknown enemy. Well, speaking of unknown enemies, that sounds pretty unknown to anything we've heard before. I might have missed something in there. Oh. Yeah. Well, we don't have that up on the board. Let's put that up on the board. If we count the first note as being 1, what it is, that's 1, flat 2, flat 6, excuse me, 5. Cool, let's keep it going with Samara. Samara, Samara, I love you, Samara. You're only a grunt away, yeah, yeah. So Samar, a beautiful piece of music. We heard so many intricate things in there. One thing I want to point out to you is this it's we're going to call this an interval motif because it is in and of itself an interval motif. So it's like I put the yellow up here because one, well here this is in ascending order. So flat 7 1, excuse me. Flat 2, so we have whole step, half step between 1 and flat 2. So look, we have in this piece we heard flat 7 1, flat 2, right? So that whole and half step right there. So the whole step between flat 7 to 1, and half step between 1 and flat 2. Then we heard a whole step between 4 5 and flat 6. Same idea. And then also in this OST we've heard, you know, by a different name, half and then whole. But it's still the same idea. We're still contending with an interval of a minor third with a half step and a whole step. But then really thinking about going all the way back to Mass Effect 1 and that 1 flat 2 flat 7 thing. We're hearing it here as well. Pretty cool. In addition, here we also heard the major third thrown in for what I can only describe as a quasi Middle Eastern sound. Excellent. Let's keep this going with Grunt. If you can hear me chewing, let me know. Well, in Grunt, we heard a lot of main theme 1, or motif 1, all the way from Mass Effect 1. That's pretty cool. Hey, they put cheese on mine. I'm going to go grab one of my nifty-difty lactose enzymes, because otherwise I can't really digest it. Back in 2 shakes. I'm not going to make you listen to super loud pause music. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. All right, let's keep this going with Horizon, Horizon. Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. Horizon, Horizon. Motif 1 here, but made minor. So interesting to hear this 5-4-3-2, and again, not necessarily thinking of it as 5-4-3-2, but thinking it more as whole step, half step, and that being motif 1, and that showing up there again. The reason why we're thinking of it as whole step, half step instead of 5-4-3-2 is because it's not always 5-4-3-2. You know, sometimes it's different scale degrees, but really think of it whole step, half step. Hearing that here in Horizon. Let's check out Collector Fever. So what we heard right there is the dump, 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 dump. Just 1 flat 2, 1 flat 7. This same idea we've also heard as 4 to 5 to flat 6 and 5 to flat 6 to flat 7, which we also heard back in Mass Effect 1. Let's keep this going with Tali. Come on, YouTube. Play it for me. Pretty please. So for Tali, we'd hear a couple things. We could hear some 1 flat 2 flat 7s in there at the end. Really, we heard a 1 flat 6 5 1 arpeggio type of a deal, and then a chord progression of essentially. I mean, I'm simplifying here, and it was this several times through. Excuse me. It was 1 minor, 4 minor, 5 minor, back to 1 minor. A 1 4 5 minor chord progression, which did get a little bit more complex. It seems to me that in a lot of these, what I would assume are character themes, there's sort of like what could just be the character theme, and then there's this whole extra thing, and I'm not really grokking what the connection is. 'Cause it's like, it could have been half as long. Like, a lot of these character themes literally have a theme, and then it stops, and then there's this whole second thing of music, and I'm not really understanding what that's for. Perhaps you could explain it to me in the chat. I'd be very appreciative. Let's check out Morden. You know, I've got an interesting, what I think is interesting, observation, which you might find interesting too. And that is if we look at every single one of these themes, they're either minor, Phrygian, diminished. Yeah, they're minor, Phrygian, or diminished. Diminished in the sense that they would have the flat 5, not that they would fit within the, like a diminished arpeggio. So in 1.5 OSTs now, not a single character has had like a major motif that's been consistent. We've had moments of major, but like if you think about, like, for example, Final Fantasy 6 or 7 or 8, it's like every once in a while you'll have a character whose theme's like a little silly, like a little campy, it's like a clown falling over themselves, And this OST, like, there's none of that. Like, none. And so tonally, it's kind of amazing. Tonally, it all sits in one place. And I'm going to guess it stays there for the rest of Mass Effect 2. I'm excited to see what happens for Mass Effect 3. Let's keep it going. With the Normandy Attacked. Oh no. Sorry. So, on the Normandy Attacked, I'd like to take it one step further and say, so we heard in Mass Effect 1, we heard that one piece that was basically Bang a Gong by T-Rex. That was like the one, like, humorous thing we heard in the music. And so, what I'd really love, I'm very curious. Please go ahead and tell me in the chat, like, 1 to 5, 5 being like Doom, what is the intensity of the gameplay in the Mass Effect games? So 1 is Animal Crossing, 5 is Doom. On a scale of 1 to 5, how intense is the gameplay in the Mass Effect games? Excuse me, sorry. And this is what I get for trying to eat and do like a marathon stream. Like a 4? Cool. Yeah, 4 to 4. Yeah. Combat, about a 4. That makes sense. So the level of intensity of the music is matching up to the intensity of the gameplay. And that tracks. Like, imagine putting this music to Animal Crossing. Or like Super Mario World. Like the first 2 levels of Super Mario World. The whole point of rating on a scale of 1 to 5 is you have to use whole numbers. Anyway, all right, let's check out Legion. I'm sorry, I think I got twisted at the beginning of this stream. That is the haunted house. And it is flat 6. It's not natural 6. It's flat 6. I said it right at the beginning of the stream, and then I walked it back, and that was my mistake. I meant flat 6. Said what I meant, and I meant what I said. Dan said 100%. Well. Yeah. Flat 6 minor. No, I do believe we've actually heard that a couple times in this here. So I'm actually going to pop it up on the board as 1 minor goes to flat 6 minor. I don't think that's up there. Right. And interestingly enough, we haven't heard Love yet. You know, we heard Love back in Mass Effect 1 with 1 to flat 6 major, but I don't think we've heard anything approximating that so far in this here Mass Effect 2. Let's keep this going with Jump Drive. Come on, YouTube. No, I'm not using my account in another location. I'll turn my phone off too. How about that? How about that? Turn everything off. Very exciting. We heard some 1s, some flat 6s in there. Now, what's interesting, too, is we're starting to hear pieces that I'm not really able to immediately map. Like, the way this OST started, I was able to map a lot of what was happening onto Mass Effect 1, but now it seems like we've kind of turned a corner and gone into a new act where it's like we really are in a new place, maybe a different universe, maybe new ship, new crew, something, where there really isn't, right, at least right now, too much related to what I can parse through. And again, I could be missing something. But from what I could parse through, there's really not too much connecting us to Mass Effect 1 anymore, which is very different from how this started. Let's keep this going and see what happens with Crash Landing. So we have here is essentially a reworking of the sort of bad motif we heard at the beginning, which used a 1 flat 5 flat 2 1, whereas here it's 1 flat 5 flat 2 1 1. Oh no, it is. I'm like, he's losing it, people. I'm like, it's all 1 flat 5 flat 2 1 is almost exactly like 1 flat 5 flat 2 1. News flash, here we go. Kukong. Okay, yeah. So we're back to our sort of bad motif we heard at the very beginning of this OST here with Crash Landing. And indeed, I would assume a Crash Landing is, well, not exactly good. Let's check out the Collector's Base. Wow, so the collector base is just, I mean, bad news on top of bad news on top of bad news, musically speaking. So I'm assuming this is like maybe the boss place we go to, or at least a mid boss, or perhaps the person who we thought was the boss all along, but really wasn't the boss.
You've seen those movies and played those games where there's the twist. All right, let's check out the long walk.
So in this piece, we heard gestures at main theme 1. We also heard flat 7, 1, and flat 2 that we've been hearing throughout this OST. But again, I'm going to say this again, and sorry if this is getting boring, but this is still kind of blowing my mind. Like, Mass Effect 1 was almost like super well planned out in terms of how all the motifs and themes were going to go. And it feels to me like Mass Effect 2 was sort of like either the composer was like wanted to do something that was technically more complex, and so they just started doing way more different themes and not tying everything together quite so closely. Which, if all right, if this was my first soundtrack and I did it, and then I was like, all right, I want to grow, I likely would do something like this. So I wonder about that too. Like, how many soundtracks did Jack Wall do for video games before Mass Effect 1? And maybe that's not even the relevant question. Maybe the relevant question is like, how much did he want to grow and push himself in Mass Effect 2? I think is an interesting question too. Let's check out the Human Reaper. Well, an interesting intro for this boss. A lot of 1s and flat 5s, creating a lot of, well, dissonance. So we had, okay, Human Reaper. We had a lot of 1s and flat 5s, in addition to touching on and gesturing towards motif from the Mass Effect 1 main theme. Let's check out the Swarms. The volume just dropped. So in the Swarms, we heard the bad motif a whole bunch over and over again. It was just hammering on the bad motif, telling us that sure enough, whatever's happening here, these Swarms certainly don't seem to be good news at all. Let's check out the final reckoning, and then we're on to Suicide Mission. Oh, there's our opening thing from the beginning. Lazarus.
So the final reckoning took us all the way from the very first sound we heard, I think. Yeah, 5432 right there. So we had 5432 and the reckoning. We had motif 1, which was 5432, and at the very end we had just a taste of Lazarus in there as well. Suicide mission. Oh, we've heard that before. Don't ask me where. Oh, sorry. I mean, that was beautiful. That was almost like a celebration of what we've heard in this OST so far. We heard elements from the main theme part 2 from Mass Effect 1. We heard stuff from the main theme part 1, Mass Effect 1. We heard, yeah, I mean, this pink is connected to this blue. It's two versions of the same thing there. That was actually headed towards Major. That whole thing, it wasn't. But it was headed that way. So that wasn't Phrygian. That was beautiful. Let's check out the end run. Oh my gosh, that was so victorious. I loved that. That was amazing. Again, we heard elements from the main theme, both parts of the main theme in Mass Effect 1, but just coming back in this really triumphant way. That was just delightful, and just the contrapuntal element of, okay, what do I mean by contrapuntal? I mean, there was contrapuntal. It means there's so many different parts, so many different sort of like melodies and counter melodies going on at the same time. It was so cool. That was delicious. Let's check out New Worlds. Come on. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Come in. Well, as we could hear from the mix of minor, Phrygian, diminished, etc., once we hear Dorian, which is what that was right there, it almost feels major. It feels so soft and so kind and so warm compared to like the sort of violence of Phrygian. Let's check out Reflections. I think 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, what a beautiful way to wrap up this main game from Mass Effect 2. What we're going to do now is, as we've been live for over 5 hours, we're going to go and jump on over to Mass Effect 3, as the requested vote for this was the trilogy, and I think that it's more than fair that we're doing the trilogy in one stream. So, here we go. We're going to go hop on over to Mass Effect 3. Don't go anywhere. All I've got to do is just pop this window in here, X this window out there, and press play. And we're going to start with the Fate of the Galaxy. For Mass Effect 3, the color will be red. As we go through this. Here we go. I'm also going to bring this whiteboard down just a scotch. All right, let's do this thing. Fate of the Galaxy. All right, so we had right there, Fate of the Galaxy, we had touches of main theme idea, the dee-ba-da-doo-da-goo, dee-da-da-doo-da-goo. Did that show up? I'm going to rewind it too, because there were some other things in here as well I want to grab. Okay, and we also had, interestingly, oh, what did I do with the red? Okay, there we go. We had one 5, flat 6, Flat 7 for Fate of the Galaxy. I don't know if that's going to come back again. That might have just been some storytelling here, but we shall see what we shall see. Let's check out Leaving Earth. Alright, so is this the main theme for this one? Or are we going to get to a different main theme type thing for this here Mass Effect? Let me give a quick look like it. I'm just checking. Is Leaving Earth, or Leaving Earth just, by the way, the graphics upgrade on these album covers for Mass Effect 3 compared to 1 is like, I love technology. Okay. So, what we're going to do is we're going to move forward from here, and chat, let me know if this is a theme type thing. All right, let's check out Mars. Mars. It isn't a kind of place to raise your kids. And is there life on? Come on. Sorry, guys. YouTube thinks I'm using my account in multiple places, which I'm not. Let's go. So I think something that's interesting is that in both Leaving Earth and now Mars, the chord progression of 1 flat 6 has been present. Now, the last time we heard that heavily featured, again, to my recollection, in the Mass Effect series was all the way back in Mass Effect 1 in the love theme. That's what was going on there. So pretty interesting that both Leaving Earth and Mars have this love element to it. What that represents, I'm not exactly sure, but that's pretty interesting. Let's check out Cerberus Agent. Okay, well, interestingly enough, in Cerberus Agent, we're starting to get a little bit more complex with the chord progressions here. Oops, doozy. Actually bringing in some mode mixture outside of the dreaded Phrygian and diminished sounds we've been having in Mass Effect 1 and 2. Let's check out a View of Palaven. So some interesting things with Palaven, sorry, I spelled it wrong, is it starts off with the 1-2 flat D that we heard all the way back in the main theme in Mass Effect 1. And then it goes 4, flat 7, flat 6, 5. Now, here's the thing, that doesn't even really feel like the Palaven theme. Maybe that's like the entrance to Palaven theme. Because afterwards, motif even, because here what happens... Right? 1, flat 3, 2. So 1. Do the whole thing. So it's going to be 1, 3. Theta, fa, 5, flat 6. Right, so that's the Palaven theme. Right there is going to be let's put a little zhuzh on it, shall we? Sorry, I'm not used to reading whiteboard. Okay, let's check out the Future of Krogan. Well, the theme, the actual melody for the Krogan was more than I want to actually take and write down on this here whiteboard. But the chord progression that summed up what the Krogan were all about was 1 minor, flat 3 major, 5 minor, 4 minor. So we've got that. We're going to keep rocking and rolling with Sir Kesh. We've got our 1 minor to flat 6 minor. I don't know if you can see this down here. 1 minor to flat 6 minor. Okay, we're going to pull that back real quick. Right, so we had 1, flat 3, 2. Oh, which is kind of like Mars. So Sir Kesh starts off like Mars. 1, flat 3, 2. And then, well, let's put a repeat. We're just gonna put a repeat around this. And then for the second part of the theme, it's going 5, flat 3, 5, flat 6. Then flat 3, 5, flat 6. All right, cool. So my question for you, chat, is what is the connection, if any, between Sir Kesh and Mars, because they both start with the same first 3 notes. Palaven, also we have 1 flat 3 2. So I'm wondering, maybe the one, okay, so we have 1 flat 3 2 in Mars, we have 1 flat 3 2 in Palaven, and then we have 1 flat 3 2 also in Sir Kesh. So either there's a connection with like maybe a governing body between these, or maybe it's us. Maybe the character is the 1 flat 3 2, and the 1 flat 3 2 is in all these places. Or maybe it's the ship. The 1 flat 3 2 represents something. Not quite sure what that. Let's check out the Ardat Yakshi. Sorry, guys. Again, YouTube saying Getting grumpy. Minor 1, minor flat 6. Well, some beautiful things going on there in the Ardat Yakshi. Now, in the beginning of that, we heard a lot of strings, like horror strings. Now, as we discussed in Elden Ring, there are 4, count them 4, let's see if I can remember them, elements that you can do with strings to create horror sounds. 1 is modulation going up, so the second is tremolo, which is kind of what we heard there. The third is dissonance between 2 closely related notes going in and out of tune. And the fourth is just sort of like the madness that we heard right there, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the four levers that we have to pull to make horror strings. I could be wrong, but I think that's it. If you think I missed something, let me know in the comments and let me know in the chat. Cool, but other than that, then the Ardat Yakshi went into just kind of some pleasant chord progressions, which I don't think I'm going to write down because they felt sort of storytelling and not very like they're going to come back. So we're going to keep going with Ranah. You know, it's interesting 'cause I wasn't really pulling up any motifs out of that. That might have just been sort of like atmospheric. I'm not sure. Chat, I'd love to understand what was happening there. So it didn't feel like there was a strong motif there. Or maybe I just spaced out because I've been doing this for 6 hours. I don't know. Who's to tell? Either way, I'm sorry. So one thing that we heard in I'm Sorry, and I think we also did here in Rannoch, was 1-5 flat 6 4 5 flat D 4 2, which sounds something like this. Right. Cool stuff. Let's keep it going with the Cerberus Plot. The 1 flat 3 2 again here in Cerberus. Okay, wild theory for you guys. Here's my theory. My theory is that 1, flat 3, flat 2, that's the Cerberus leitmotif. So, let's prove that out. Type a 1 in the chat if this is correct. Is Cerberus on Mars? Is Cerberus on Palaven? Is Cerberus on Surkesh? And then the Cerberus plot, is that where we realize that Cerberus was on Mars, on Palaven, and Surkesh? Let me know in the chat. Type a 1 if that's correct, and if it's not correct. Alexander says Cerberus is not on Palaven. There might not be an Easter egg that you might have missed. You guys, okay, so maybe then that theory might not hold tight. Does the plot of Cerberus play out on Palaven? Yes, no. Or maybe there's 1 flat 3-2 again is representing us in our fight against Cerberus. That's also a possibility. Interesting. Not really. Okay. So maybe the 1 flat 3-2 is us. Maybe we're the 1 flat 3-2. Let's check out the scientists. I'll grab that motif there real quick because that escaped me. Alright, the scientists. We're going to call them scientists. Are the scientists on Palaven? Type of 1 if the scientists are on Palaven. Let's see, because we had scientists before. Did we have this anywhere else? This looks like a new motif. Yeah, this is a new motif. Again, type of 1 if the scientists were on Palaven. Palaven is a war zone. Okay, no scientists there. Thank you, Joseph. So what's happening now is I'm getting correlation bias with how similar all of these motifs are, because they're all like using minor scales or Phrygian things. And because they're all so very close in notes, I'm now starting to jump and make connections that are not there because of how close all these notes are and how close all these motifs are. They're not close as in like they're exact the same thing, but yeah, that's an interesting thing. All right, so I'm going to try and mind my bias as we move forward into Aralakh Company. Sorry, guys. Here we go. So Aralakh Company, we heard flat 645, flat 3. We also heard a couple of chord progressions, one of which was 1 minor, flat 3, flat 7. Yeah. A common chord progression. I might have just been misidentifying a song there, but that is a very common chord progression. Let's check out Prothean Beacon. Sorry. Ooh. Right there at the end, the music started getting detuned, perhaps hinting at something terrible about to go wrong. The minor motif, because it seems like every piece has a minor motif, every piece has a minor motif to it, excuse me, for Prothean Beacon was 1-5 flat 3-2. And indeed, if you look at this entire board, I don't think we have a 1-5 flat 3-2 anywhere previously in this series. Which is nuts. Wild stuff, man. This is literally like... This is literally like a masterclass in permutations creativity. Let's check out Defeat. But first, let's look at the hands. Horror, horror, drama, drama. So some interesting things there. Hey, I just had an idea. You know, there's a couple people on this channel, at least on YouTube, who sometimes do heroic level upvotes. You know, they drop like $1,000 on getting one of these videos made. And I think it would be really nice for those people that instead of doing this on the whiteboard, I do it on some paper. And then for the person who upvoted it, I could just send you the paper, and then you'd have like a little memento of the stream. That'd be a really nice thing to do. I think I'll do that. So unfortunately not today. But I think in the future we'll pop some paper up there. I've got some papers. And then we'll actually turn that into like a little keepsake that I'll send out to you if you like. So if any of you out there want to like do heroic level upvotes, there's a little bonus for you. Cool. All right, let's check out Reaper Chase. Yeah, pictures aren't the same. Wow, we're actually getting to some, it seems like non-motif driven pieces here, which is, so it's like a lovely change of pace. I feel like I've been in an eating challenge and all of a sudden someone was like, would you like some fresh lime? It's like, yes, I would. You know, eating challenges are never fresh limes. It's always like, you know, a pizza the size of your house or whatever. Well, that was beautiful. That was a lot of fun. Hey, I'd love to hear from you. Let me know in the chat, on Twitch, in YouTube, on Kick. I don't see anyone on Kick. I don't know. I've been streaming a Kick. It doesn't like anyone's watching, but that's okay. We got people on YouTube and Twitch. I don't know if I even have Kick set up right, so whatever. Anyway, sorry if I'm a little ADHD here. Where was I? Right. Let me know in the comments or in the chat what your favorite piece from these 3 OSTs are. I'd love to hear, and I'd love to understand where you're coming from and what you think about this. Let's check out Stand Strong, Stand Together. Come on. Come in. There you go. Like Ace Combat 7. All right, type a 4 in the chat if that felt like Star Wars. Ba boo ba boo ba boo beep ba stubby doo ba sticka dong gum ba. Stand Strong, Sound Together felt very sort of, you know, comrade in arms type thing going on here. If I'm starting to sound less coherent, it's because we've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. This is officially the longest live stream I've ever done in my life. We've done compilations of streams, but I've never gone this long before. So groove with me here. We're going to get through to the end, and I'm going to pull it together and give you a fantastic, phenomenal reaction, instruction, explanation as we go. Here we are. I was lost without you. Yeah, 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 yeah. How many times was a friend to my shadow? Somebody's gonna I've left them always. Turn the car around. Oh, I misread the vibe. Okay, so what's really interesting about Mass Effect 3, and we've heard this with a couple of these pieces, is that like this was really, it just felt like it was cutscene music. It was, the music was not necessarily trying to hit a motif. It was not trying to carry part of the story. It was just trying to be a background, an emotional context for something else that was happening. So I'd love to hear if I've got a solid read on that. Is I Was Lost Without You happening in a cutscene? Because that sure is what it feels like. Please tell me. I would love to know. Please tell me. I want to know. While chat's working on that one, let's check out The Fleets Arrive. That was Lazarus. Chat, what connection does this have to Lazarus? So I'd love to know why the Lazarus motif from Mass Effect 2 just showed up in The Fleets Arrives. Yeah, you could say Lazarus and this are both reprisals of the main theme, but that was Lazarus. Ba 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 ba. Other than it being connected to Mass Effect, nothing much. Got it. That was interesting though. That was the actual Lazarus motif. So interesting bringing it back there, and also interesting for it not to be connected to anything. Looks like we face our enemy together. We will never surrender. So again, I'm not gonna. I don't feel like this is a motif. I feel like in Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, it was important to write like everything was a like scale motif type thing. And she would say ba ba ba. Well, that was a motif. Who am I kidding? He's losing it, people. Call that 5. Oops, daisy. All right. Base. 5, 4, 5, 7, 6. 6, 5, 4, ba, ba, ba. Pikachu says it sounded like a motif from Leaving Earth. Darn it, I didn't write Leaving Earth motif down. Dang it. Well, good ears, Pikachu. Yeah, in part. Great ears, Pikachu. Well done. Well done. Pikachu, I gotta say something very honestly. I'm proud of you. It's very Hobbit. Interesting. Okay, so I'm proud of you. If any of you have seen the Hobbit movie, Peter Jackson's The Hobbit, you will notice that that theme is very similar to one of the themes in The Hobbit. Joseph Cortez brings an interesting proposal for the 1 flat 3-2. So we had 1 flat 3-2 in Mars, we had 1 flat 3-2 Palaven, we had 1 flat 3-2 in Surkesh, we had 1 flat 3-2 in Cerberus. And Joseph proposes that perhaps the 1 flat 3-2 is in fact the motif of victory against almost insurmountable odds. Sounds about as reasonable as anything, because a lot of times you're it's either related to the main character or a triumph. That's what I was saying. It might be the main character itself, or like the strife of the main character, or perhaps it's the motif of like striving, right? Interesting. Thanks for that insight, Joseph. Wake up! Wake up, we had flat 7-1, flat 3-2. Keep it going. And end once and for all extended. Oh, gesturing at the main theme here. Oh, gesturing at Lazarus. Oh, gorgeous. Ah. Wow. We could almost that's such a period punctuation point on the end of this trilogy. We could almost end it there, but we're not going to. We got a couple more to listen to. But wow, did that just summarize the feels, deep energy, deep emotion, bringing the thing home, gorgeous. A feature that many will never see. So what we can think about is every time we hear this, bum, 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 that last note's wrong. Bum, 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 bum. I'm almost singing the Return of the King theme there. But the point is, what holds all those themes, the underpinning of all those themes, is a minor 1 to a major 4, which you've heard throughout this series so far. Thank you, Joseph Cortez, for your generous super chat. Okay, let's check this next one, which is I will watch over the ones who live on. Here we go. changing there. So what we could hear there was both simplification and we can say truncation of the bum 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 bum. By the end, it was just bum, just the first note of the motif to simplify it, and then bum or bum, whatever it was. The second point is, each time the motif was presented the first time, we actually had multiple notes. By the end, it was just one note simplifying the whole thing. But indeed, playing around with our main motif 1, I'm alive and I'm not alone. We're gonna go straight till we fought as a united galaxy. Oh. And life gives you lemons. Okay, it took officially. How long have we been live for? 7 hours and 22 minutes for one piece of music from the Mass Effect trilogy to end on a major chord. There you go. Resolution gave us a major chord. Well, not quite. Thank you to Chris Raglan for your super sticker. Thank you to Joseph Cortez for being a member for 3 months. Who asked him, is your upload schedule going to be more random? Christmas special, baby. Let's do it. So, yes, for today, tomorrow. Maybe up to Friday. Norman says, wow, you're a rapid fire into the list of OSTs, aren't you? Shout out to the guy who literally donated 1K to have you do the entire Mass Effect series. Talk about deep pockets. Let's towards N64, Paper Mario. Koyin says, so glad Captain Live. Really appreciate your work since you're not reacting, but digging into the matter as well. Put this towards Hades. You got it. Ariel Martinez says, hi, Spry. Last super chat for a while. I wanted to reinstate my Hero Academy of OST reaction. I saw some really Attack and Titan on the list. Here, my requests for the list are. Got it. Figure that out. Las Pina says, hey Dan. I'll say thanks for your work and effort. You were skilled to your stride. Let's wrap. Dead Domain, thank you for your generous super chat. Dead Domain says, excellent game choice, Dan. Mass Effect is one of, if not my favorite, space plays turned into video games. I had an early Christmas, so I'm spreading the holiday cheer today. Thank you. Tosses towards Sky, Children of the Light. Big guy, and happy holidays. Happy holidays to you, Dead Domain. Wandering Slacker says, happy to see you enjoying Mass Effect. Put this towards Yoku's Island Express. A brief little Pacific Island detour. You got it. Danvar249 says, "Hey Dan, I really like your Final Fantasy streams. So this goes to one I played the most, Final Fantasy 14. You thought Uematsu was good? Wait till you hear Soken. I'm excited." Joseph Cortez says this was definitely a great holiday gift, man. Definitely don't expect you to do these all-nighters often, but man, this was a great listen. Put this towards Hades. You got it, Joseph. Thank you for your support of this channel. Montclair Bullying 00 says, "Indeed, thank you for the long stream. Happy holidays to get some rest when able." Shout out Final Fantasy Tactics, OST. You got it. My Heroes anime. Kindly select something else, dear Super Chatter. Let's sort that out. Who said My Hero? I don't know. That was Ariel. Yeah. Ariel, please select something different. I'll figure that out. Oh. We did it. Channel record. To support this channel, you will find a link if you are on YouTube in the video description. It'll take you to Streamlabs. It says donate. Donate and upvote your favorite OST. You get it reacted to next and broken down like this. Thank you all so very much for joining me. If you're on Twitch, you can find the upvote link on my profile. Channel record, we just did 7 hours, 29 minutes. Y'all take care. Have fantastic, phenomenal rest of your days. And goodbye.